Snuggle up now and let yourself get truly comfortable. As the blankets rest softly over you, let your body find that warm, safe position where everything else can wait until morning. This is your time to rest, a quiet pause where the rest of the world can slip gently out of mind. The room is quiet, the lights are low, and everything around you is beginning to feel softer and more distant. Nothing to solve, nothing to hold on to. Just this quiet moment and the gentle feeling of sleep drawing closer. And as you drift, a new scene begins to form. Before we find Pip, let's take these few minutes to truly arrive. If you haven't already, let your eyes close gently. Feel the bed supporting you. Notice the points where your body meets the mattress. And just breathe. Tonight, we will share 3 of Pip's most tranquil adventures. We'll travel through his world at a slow, easy pace. And when the stories reach their natural end, I will leave you in the company of steady, soothing white noise. A gentle blanket of sound that will remain with you until the sun rises. You are safe. You are tucked away, and you are ready to sleep. The rain had been falling since late afternoon. Not the sharp, hurrying kind of rain that sends everyone scattering for doorways and pulling their coats over their heads. This was the other kind. The slow, patient kind that settles in for the evening like a guest who has nowhere else to be. It came down in long, quiet curtains through the trees, tapping softly on the broad leaves of the oaks, collecting in the curved hollows of bark, running in thin silver threads down the mossy sides of the oldest roots. Above the forest, the sky had turned the color of a pewter bowl, that deep, soft gray that holds the last of the light long after the sun has gone. The birds had tucked themselves away. The squirrels had disappeared into their high, warm nests. Even the wind had grown still, as though it too had decided that this was an evening for staying in. But beneath all of that, beneath the rain and the roots and the quiet gray sky, something else was happening entirely. Pip had found the entrance the way Pip always found things, by not quite looking for them. It had been a slow, wandering sort of afternoon, the kind where you follow one thought and then another, and before long, you've drifted quite far from where you started. Pip had been watching the rain from beneath the wide canopy of the oldest oak in the forest. The one with the bark so deeply furrowed it looked like a map of somewhere ancient and important. When a small, warm light had appeared near the base of the roots, not a bright light, not a startling light, just a soft amber glow, the color of honey held up to a candle, coming from somewhere low and quiet and tucked away. It was the kind of light that doesn't demand your attention. It simply waits, patiently, until you notice it. Pip noticed it. The roots of the old oak were enormous, great arching ridges of wood that rose from the earth like the backs of sleeping creatures, then plunged back down again into the dark soil. Between two of the largest roots, where the earth had been worn smooth by years of something passing through, there was a gap. Not a dramatic gap, not a grand doorway or an impressive arch, just a low, rounded opening, framed on either side by the curved wood of the roots, with a faint amber warmth breathing out from somewhere deep inside. Pip crouched down and looked in. The tunnel beyond was lined with moss, thick, soft, impossibly green moss that covered every surface in a continuous, unbroken carpet. The walls curved gently inward as they went deeper, and along them, at intervals of perhaps 3 or 4 steps, small lanterns had been hung. They were simple lanterns, made of dark iron and clouded glass, and they gave off a warm, steady light that didn't flicker or fuss. The tunnel curved away to the left after a short distance, so Pip couldn't see where it led. But the warmth coming from it was unmistakable. And the smell. There was a smell drifting out from somewhere deep inside that was difficult to name, but immediately familiar. Something warm and slightly sweet. Something that made you think of kitchens and fireplaces and the particular comfort of being somewhere safe while rain falls outside. Pip sat back on heels and considered this for a moment. Then Pip turned and called back through the rain, "Barney." Barney was not far away. Barney was rarely far away. He was sitting on the broad, flat root of a neighboring tree, his coat pulled close, watching the rain with the particular contentment of someone who has made peace with the weather and found it agreeable company. He was older than Pip by enough years to have learned that most things worth finding are found slowly, and that the best response to an unexpected discovery is usually a quiet one. When Pip called, Barney looked up without hurrying. "Come and look at this," Pip said. Barney came. He moved through the rain without minding it, stepping carefully over the wet roots, and crouched down beside Pip to look at the opening between the great arching roots of the oak. He was quiet for a moment. "Well," he said, in the way he said most things, gently, without surprise, as though the world was always offering up small wonders, and the only appropriate response was a quiet appreciation of them. "That's something, isn't it?" "Do you think we should go in?" Pip asked. Barney looked at the warm light. He looked at the moss-lined walls and the small, steady lanterns and the gentle curve of the tunnel as it disappeared around its corner. He breathed in the smell that was drifting out, that warm, sweet kitchen and fireplace smell, and he nodded slowly. "I think," he said, "that we very much should." They went in together, Barney first, ducking his head slightly beneath the root-framed entrance, and Pip close behind. The moment they were inside, the sound of the rain changed. It didn't disappear entirely. You could still hear it, but from a distance now, muffled and softened by the earth above, reduced to a low, continuous murmur that was more like a feeling than a sound, like the memory of rain rather than rain itself. It was the kind of sound that makes you feel held, enclosed in something warm and solid, while the weather does what it likes outside. The moss beneath their feet was thick enough to cushion each step. It gave slightly as they walked, like the softest carpet imaginable. And it was dry, despite the rain above. Perfectly, completely dry. As though the moisture from the surface world had no business down here and knew it. The walls on either side curved close, but not uncomfortably so. There was enough room to walk without stooping, enough room to feel at ease. But the tunnel was intimate in the way that the best rooms always are, sized for comfort rather than grandeur. The first lantern was just ahead of them, hanging from a small iron hook that had been driven into the rootwood of the wall. Up close, the lantern was beautiful in a quiet, unassuming way. The glass was slightly amber-tinted, which gave the light inside a warmth that plain glass wouldn't have managed. The flame inside was small and steady. It didn't gutter or dance. It simply burned with a calm, reliable warmth, as though it had been burning for a very long time, and intended to go on doing so. Pip reached out and let fingertips rest near the glass. Not touching, just close enough to feel the warmth radiating from it. "Someone keeps these lit," Pip said quietly. "Yes," said Barney. "Someone does." They walked on. The tunnel curved gently as it went deeper, following what must have been the natural path between the roots of the great trees above. Every so often, a root would cross the ceiling, a great smooth arc of dark wood, worn to a deep reddish brown by years of something passing beneath it. And Pip would reach up and let a hand trail along its underside as they passed. The wood was smooth and slightly warm to the touch, the way old wood sometimes is, as though it holds the warmth of all the summers it has lived through, somewhere deep inside its grain. The lanterns continued at their steady intervals, each one burning with the same quiet amber light. Between them, the tunnel was not dark. The glow from one lantern carried far enough to meet the glow from the next, so that the whole passage was filled with a continuous, overlapping warmth. There were no shadows here that felt cold or uncertain. The shadows were soft and brown and comfortable, the kind that gather in the corners of rooms where people have been happy. The smell was growing stronger as they went deeper. Pip tried to identify it more precisely now. There was definitely something warm and baked about it. Bread, perhaps, or something close to bread. And beneath that, something lighter and more delicate, something floral and slightly sweet. Tea, Pip thought. That was it. Somewhere ahead, someone was making tea. "Can you smell that?" Pip asked. Said Barney, which was his way of saying yes, and also of saying that he found it very pleasant indeed. The tunnel widened slightly as it curved around a long, gentle bend, and then it opened. Quite suddenly, and with a small, quiet gasp from Pip, into something altogether different. It was a room, not a large room, not a grand room, but a room that was so perfectly, completely itself that size seemed entirely beside the point. The ceiling was formed by the underside of a great root, a single enormous root that arched overhead in a smooth, continuous curve, its surface worn to a deep, warm brown. From this ceiling, more lanterns hung, but these were different from the ones in the tunnel. These were rounder, more varied, some made of iron, some of what looked like woven willow, some of a dark, polished wood with small cut-out shapes that let the light through in patterns of leaves and stars and small, simple flowers. The light from all of them together filled the room with a warmth that was almost golden, the color of late afternoon in autumn, the color of the inside of a loaf of bread. The walls were moss. Every surface that wasn't root wood was covered in the same thick, deep green moss that had lined the tunnel. But here it had been allowed to grow in its own way, and it had grown beautifully, in soft mounds and gentle ridges, in places thick enough to press your hand into and feel it give. in other places, thin and fine as velvet. Here and there, small things had been tucked into the moss. A smooth stone, a dried flower, a tiny piece of bark carved into the shape of a leaf. These small things were not arranged or displayed. They had simply been placed, the way you place something when you want to keep it near you. In the center of the room, there was a table. It was a low table, made from a section of root that had been smoothed and leveled, and around it were seats, not chairs exactly, but rounded, cushioned things, like large mushrooms, upholstered in something soft and dark green, or like the tops of old tree stumps, fitted with thick, comfortable pads. There were 4 of them around the table, and on the table itself there was a teapot. The teapot was round and brown and slightly lopsided, in the way of things that have been made by hand rather than by machine. It sat on a small trivet of twisted iron, and from its spout a thin thread of steam rose and curled and disappeared into the warm air of the room. Beside it were 2 cups, wide, shallow cups with no handles, the kind you hold in both hands, and a small plate on which sat several thick slices of bread, still warm enough that the butter spread across them had melted into the surface and left it gleaming softly in the lantern light. Pip stood in the entrance to the room and looked at all of this for a long moment without speaking. "Someone was expecting us," Pip said at last. Barney looked at the 2 cups. He looked at the steaming teapot and the warm bread. He looked at the lanterns burning steadily overhead, and the moss-covered walls with their small, tucked-away treasures. "It does rather seem that way," he said. They sat down. The cushioned seats were exactly as comfortable as they looked, perhaps more so. They were the kind of seats that receive you rather than merely support you, that seem to adjust themselves to the particular shape of the person sitting in them, so that within moments of sitting down, you feel as though you have been sitting there for a long time and could go on sitting there for a long time more. Barney poured the tea. It came out of the lopsided brown teapot in a steady, unhurried stream, the color of dark amber, and the smell that rose from the cups as it poured was extraordinary, warm and slightly floral, with something underneath that was deeper and more complex, like the smell of old wood and rain-soaked earth, and something sweet that Pip couldn't quite name. It was the smell of somewhere very old and very safe. Pip wrapped both hands around the wide, handleless cup and felt the warmth travel up through the palms and into the fingers, and from there, somehow, into the whole body. A slow, spreading warmth that started at the hands and moved inward, the way warmth always moves when it comes from something you're holding rather than something you're standing near. The bread was extraordinary. It was dense and slightly sweet, with a crust that had been baked to a deep, even brown, and the butter that had melted into it had taken on a faint nuttiness from the warmth. Pip took a bite and chewed slowly, and the taste of it was so simple and so complete that it seemed to require no comment at all. Some things are beyond comment. Some things you simply receive. They sat and drank their tea and ate their bread, and the rain murmured somewhere far above them, and the lanterns burned steadily, and the moss on the walls held its deep, quiet green, and neither of them spoke for a while. This was one of the things Pip had always appreciated about Barney. He never felt the need to fill silence. He understood that some silences are not empty, but full of warmth and comfort, and the particular pleasure of being somewhere good with someone you trust. He sat with his tea and his bread and his own quiet thoughts, and his presence was as steady and reassuring as the lanterns on the ceiling. And Pip felt, sitting there in that underground room beneath the roots of the ancient trees, completely and entirely at ease. After a while, Pip looked around the room more carefully. There was a doorway in the far wall, low and rounded, like the entrance to the tunnel, framed by two roots that curved together overhead. Through it, another warm light was visible, and the faint suggestion of another room beyond. Along the left wall, a narrow shelf had been carved into the root wood, and on it sat a row of small objects. A glass jar filled with dried flowers, a smooth river stone with a single white line running through it, a tiny lantern no bigger than a fist, currently unlit, a folded piece of cloth in a deep, soft blue, and a small clay figure of a rabbit, sitting upright with its ears forward, its expression one of calm attention. Pip looked at the clay rabbit for a moment. "Barney," Pip said quietly, "do you think someone lives here?" Barney followed Pip's gaze to the shelf, to the small clay rabbit, to the folded cloth and the dried flowers, and the tiny, unlit lantern. "I think," he said, "that someone tends this place. Whether they live here or simply care for it, I'm not sure. But someone has been here recently, and someone will be here again." He paused. "And whoever it is, they seem to want it to be welcoming." Pip thought about this. The teapot still warm, the bread still fresh, the lanterns all burning, the cushioned seats arranged just so around the low rootwood table. "It is welcoming," Pip said. "Very," said Barney. It was then that Pip noticed the moth. It was sitting on the rim of one of the lanterns that hung from the ceiling, the one directly above the table, the largest of them, the one whose light fell most warmly on the tea and the bread and the 2 cups. It was small, smaller than you might expect, with wings the color of old parchment, slightly translucent, so that the light from the lantern showed through them in a soft, warm glow. It sat perfectly still, its wings held flat, its small antennae moving in slow, gentle arcs. It was glowing. Not brightly, not in a way that demanded attention, but there was a faint, steady luminescence to it, a warmth that seemed to come from within the wings themselves, as though the moth had absorbed so much lantern light over so many years that it had begun to produce its own. It sat on the rim of the lantern and glowed softly, and it seemed entirely at home. Pip watched it for a long moment without pointing it out, wanting to keep it private for just a little while, the way you sometimes want to hold a beautiful thing to yourself before sharing it, not out of selfishness, but out of a desire to let it be fully real before it becomes a conversation. Then, quietly, "Barney, look." Barney looked up. He saw the moth. He was quiet for a moment, and then a small, slow smile moved across his face. The kind of smile that doesn't need to be explained. "A lantern moth," he said softly. "Is that what it is?" "That's what they're called down here. They follow the warm lights. They've been doing it for so long that they've become warm lights themselves, in a way." He paused. "They turn up at the right moments, I've always thought." Pip looked at the moth, glowing softly on its lantern rim, and thought that Barney was probably right about that. The rain above had settled into an even deeper rhythm now. You could hear it if you listened, that low, continuous murmur through the earth, the sound of water finding its way down through the soil and the roots, trickling along the surfaces of the great underground root systems in thin silver threads. Somewhere in the walls of the room, Pip could hear the faintest sound of water moving, not dripping, not rushing, just moving, the way water moves when it has all the time in the world and no particular urgency about where it's going. The sound was deeply comforting. It was the sound of the world above doing what it did, and the world below being entirely untroubled by it. The rain could fall as long as it liked. Down here, everything was dry and warm and still. Pip leaned back slightly in the cushioned seat and felt the warmth of the tea spreading through the chest now. That slow, interior warmth that comes from something drunk slowly and with attention. The bread was gone, both slices, and the plate sat empty on the table with a few crumbs and a small smear of butter. The evidence of something that had been very good. "I wonder how far it goes," Pip said, looking at the doorway in the far wall. "The tunnels?" "All of it. The rooms, the tunnels, all of it." Barney considered this. He turned his cup slowly in his hands, looking into the remaining tea as though the answer might be there. "I think it goes quite far," he said. "I think there are rooms we haven't found yet, and tunnels that lead to places we haven't imagined. I think the world beneath the trees is much larger than it appears from any single point within it." He paused. "That's usually how it is with the best places." Pip thought about this, about rooms not yet found, about tunnels leading to places not yet imagined, about the world beneath the trees extending outward in all directions beneath the forest floor, warm and lit and tended, full of small wonders waiting quietly to be discovered. It was not an anxious thought. It was a comforting one. The kind of thought that makes the world feel larger and more generous than you had previously understood it to be. The lantern moth moved. It lifted from the rim of the ceiling lantern without any apparent urgency, its wings opening and closing in slow, unhurried beats, and drifted across the room in a gentle, wandering arc. It passed near the shelf with the clay rabbit and the dried flowers, and for a moment its soft glow illuminated them. The white line in the river stone, the deep blue of the folded cloth, the small clay rabbit with its calm, attentive expression. Then it drifted on, moving toward the doorway in the far wall, and paused there for a moment, hovering in the entrance, its wings moving slowly. Then it passed through into the room beyond. Pip watched it go. "Should we follow?" Pip asked. Barney looked at the doorway. He looked at the teapot, which still held a little warmth. He looked at the lanterns burning steadily overhead, and the moss on the walls, and the empty plate with its crumbs and butter. "Not tonight, I think," he said. "Tonight, I think we stay here. There's time for the other rooms." Pip nodded slowly. There was something right about that, something that felt true. The other rooms would be there. The tunnels would be there. The world beneath the trees was patient. It had been here for a very long time, and it would be here for a very long time more. And it would wait. Tonight was for this room, for this tea and this bread and this warmth and this quiet. Barney refilled the cups. The tea was still hot. Somehow, impossibly still hot, as though the lopsided brown teapot had its own ideas about temperature and had decided that the tea inside it would remain exactly as warm as it needed to be for exactly as long as it was needed. Pip accepted the refilled cup without comment, because some things are better simply received than questioned. The second cup of tea was different from the first, in the way that second cups always are. Less about the taste and more about the warmth. Less about the flavor and more about the feeling of holding something good in your hands. Pip drank it slowly, in small sips, and felt the warmth of the room and the warmth of the tea and the warmth of Barney's quiet presence all settling together into something that was very close to perfect. Outside, far above, in the world of rain and gray sky and wet leaves, the evening was deepening toward night. The last of the pewter light would be fading from the sky. The trees would be standing in the dark, their leaves still dripping, their roots reaching down into the earth, down through the soil and the stone, down into the warm, lit world beneath. But down here, it was always the same hour. The lanterns burned. The moss held its green. The tea stayed warm. The rain murmured its distant, comfortable murmur. Time moved differently in the world beneath the trees. Not faster or slower exactly, but more gently, more kindly, as though it understood that some moments deserve to be extended, to be given a little more room than the ordinary world allows them. Pip thought about this without quite putting it into words. The way you think about things when you're warm and comfortable and slightly sleepy. It was more of a feeling than a thought. A feeling of being in the right place at the right time, of having arrived somewhere that had been waiting for you, of belonging somewhere you hadn't known existed until you found it. "Bonnie," Pip said, after a long, comfortable silence. Do you think Fern knows about this room?" Bonnie smiled. It was a slow, warm smile, the kind that starts somewhere deep and takes its time reaching the surface. "I think," he said carefully, "that Fern knows about most things in the world beneath the trees. I think it's quite possible that Fern knows about this room very well indeed." Pip thought about Fern, the rabbit lantern keeper, with her careful, quiet ways and her deep knowledge of the underground paths. Fern, who moved through the tunnels with the ease of someone who had walked them 10,000 times and still found something new in them. Fern, who kept the lanterns burning and the paths clear, and the world beneath the trees warm and welcoming for whoever might find their way into it. "Do you think she left the tea?" Pip asked. I think, said Barney, that it's a very reasonable thing to think. Pip looked at the lopsided brown teapot, still steaming gently, at the empty plate, at the 2 cups, at the lanterns burning overhead with their warm amber light. I'd like to thank her, Pip said. I think she knows, said Barney. I think that's rather the point of it. The room was very quiet now. Not an empty quiet, a full one. The kind of quiet that accumulates in a place where good things have happened, where tea has been drunk and bread has been eaten, and 2 people have sat together in warmth and ease and said the things that needed saying, and left unsaid the things that didn't. It was the quiet of a room that has been used well. Pip's eyes were growing heavy. This was not surprising. The warmth of the room, the warmth of the tea, the soft cushioned seat, the low amber light, the distant murmur of rain. All of these things together were doing what they were clearly designed to do, which was to make the world feel safe and soft and entirely manageable, and to make the idea of sleep feel not like an ending, but like a continuation of the same warmth by other means. Pip didn't fight it. There was nothing to fight. The heaviness in the eyes was not unpleasant. It was the heaviness of a day well spent, of a discovery well made, of tea well drunk, and bread well eaten, and good company well kept. It was the heaviness of being exactly where you were supposed to be. Barney noticed. He always noticed. Shall I tell you about the room beyond the doorway? He said, his voice dropping to the particular register he used when he was settling in for something slow and quiet. Not quite a whisper, but close to one. The voice of someone who understands that the right words, spoken in the right way, can be as warm as a blanket. Yes, said Pip, eyes half closed. I haven't been there, Barney said, but I imagine it. He paused, and the pause was comfortable, and the lanterns burned, and the rain murmured. I imagine it's a little smaller than this room, he said, with a lower ceiling and more lanterns, smaller ones, hung closer together, so the light is even warmer. I imagine the moss on the walls is a slightly different shade of green, deeper perhaps, or with a faint blue in it, the way moss sometimes looks in very old places. I imagine there's a window. A window, Pip murmured. Underground? A small one, set into the rootwood of the wall, with thick, slightly wavy glass, the old kind. And outside the glass, not the surface, not the rain, but something else. A small underground garden, perhaps, a space between the roots where things grow that don't need sunlight. Pale flowers, soft ferns, small, luminous things that make their own light. Pip was very still now, listening with the particular quality of attention that comes just before sleep, when the mind is open and receptive, and the images that words make are vivid and close and real. And in that room, Barney continued, his voice even quieter now, there's a chair, just one, a deep, soft chair, the kind you sink into. And on the arm of the chair, there's a small lantern, the same kind as the ones in the tunnel, but smaller, and the glass is a deeper amber, so the light it gives is the color of the very last of the evening sun. And the chair faces the window, and you can sit in it and look out at the pale flowers and the soft ferns and the small luminous things. And the rain is somewhere far above, and the world is very quiet, and everything is perfectly, completely all right. Pip's breathing had slowed. The cup was still held in both hands, but loosely now, the warmth of it fading gently as the tea cooled. The eyes were closed. The face was entirely at rest. The particular restfulness of someone who has arrived somewhere safe and knows it. Barney reached over very gently and took the cup from Pip's hands before it could tip. He set it on the table beside his own, and he sat back in his cushioned seat, and he looked at the lanterns burning overhead, and the moss on the walls, and the small clay rabbit on the shelf, with its calm, attentive expression. The lantern moth drifted back through the doorway. It moved slowly across the room, its wings opening and closing in their unhurried rhythm. Its soft glow warm in the amber light. It passed near Pip's sleeping face, and for a moment its light fell there, gentle and golden and very kind. And then it drifted on, back toward the ceiling lantern, and settled again on its rim, and was still. Barney watched it for a moment. Then he looked at the doorway in the far wall, and the warm light beyond it, and the world beneath the trees extending outward in all directions, patient and warm, and full of rooms not yet found. He was in no hurry. The rain above the roots went on falling. It fell through the canopy of the great oaks and the beeches and the ancient, unnamed trees at the heart of the forest. It fell on the broad leaves and the narrow ones, on the rough bark and the smooth, on the high branches and the low. It ran down the trunks in thin silver threads and gathered at the bases of the roots and seeped slowly into the earth. finding its way down through the layers of soil and stone and old compressed leaf matter, down through the dark and the quiet, until it reached the surfaces of the great underground roots and ran along them in the thinnest of films, catching the light of the lanterns in brief, bright flashes as it went. Down here, the water was not cold. It had been warmed by its passage through the earth, and it moved with a slowness that was almost meditative, finding the lowest paths, following the curves of the roots, collecting in small, still pools in the hollows of the floor where the moss grew thickest and greenest. These pools were very small. You could cover one with your hand, and they were perfectly clear. And in each one, the reflection of a lantern burned, small and steady and upside down. Pip slept on. The cushioned seat held its sleeping occupant with the same quiet care it had offered when Pip was awake, and the warmth of the room was unchanged, and the lanterns burned with their steady amber light, and the moss on the walls held its deep, untroubled green. Barney sat with his tea and his thoughts, and the comfortable weight of the silence, and he was content. This was the world beneath the trees. This was what it was for. After a while, it was impossible to say how long, because time moved gently here and did not announce itself. Barney heard a sound from the tunnel. Not a startling sound, not a sudden sound, just the soft, rhythmic sound of footsteps on moss. Careful footsteps. The footsteps of someone who moves through the world with attention and consideration, who places each step with the quiet deliberateness of someone who knows and loves the ground they're walking on. The footsteps came closer and then paused at the entrance to the room. Barney looked up. In the low, rounded doorway, framed by the two arching roots, stood a rabbit. She was not large, about the size you might expect, perhaps a little smaller, with fur the color of warm gray stone, and ears that were long and held slightly forward in an expression of calm, interested attention. She wore around her middle a small belt of woven bark, from which hung several things: a ring of keys, each one different, each one old, a small tool for trimming lantern wicks, a tiny notebook bound in dark leather, and a lantern of her own, held in one paw, its glass a deep amber, its flame burning with the same steady warmth as all the others. She looked at Barney. She looked at Pip, sleeping in the cushioned seat. She looked at the empty plate and the two cups and the lopsided brown teapot. Then she looked back at Barney, and her expression was one of quiet satisfaction, the expression of someone who has done a thing well and is pleased to see that it has worked. "Good evening," said Barney, very quietly, so as not to wake Pip. Good evening, said Fern. Her voice was low and unhurried, with a warmth in it that matched the lanterns. She came into the room without fuss, moving around the table to check the teapot, lifting its lid and looking inside with a small, approving nod. She moved to the shelf and straightened the folded blue cloth, which had shifted slightly, and checked the tiny unlit lantern, and looked at the clay rabbit with an expression that was almost fond. Then she came and sat in one of the remaining cushioned seats, not the one across from Barney, but the one beside him, at an angle, so that they were both facing the table and the sleeping Pip and the lanterns overhead. She set her own lantern on the table, and its light joined the others, and the room was a little warmer for it. They found it then, she said, still quietly. They did, said Barney. I wasn't sure they would. Not tonight. The rain sometimes puts people off. Not Pip, said Barney. Fern looked at Pip's sleeping face, and her expression was gentle. No, she said. Not Pip. They sat together in the warm, quiet room, and the lanterns burned, and the rain murmured its distant murmur, and the lantern moth glowed softly on its rim. And neither of them felt any need to say anything more for a while. There's more tea, Fern said eventually. There always is, said Barney. She poured for both of them. A fresh pot had appeared on the table at some point, as things tended to appear in the world beneath the trees, without fuss or explanation, simply there when they were needed. The tea was a different blend from the first, lighter, more floral, with something in it that was cool and sweet, and faintly reminiscent of the smell of rain on warm stone. Barney drank it slowly and found it very good. The room beyond the doorway, he said, nodding toward the far wall. I was telling Pip about it. I imagined a window. Fern looked at the doorway. There is a window, she said. I thought there might be. It looks out onto the root garden. The pale flowers are in bloom at the moment. They bloom when it rains. She paused. Pip will want to see it. Tomorrow, said Barney. Tomorrow, Fern agreed. The night deepened above the forest. The rain continued, steady and patient, filling the hollows in the bark and the cups of the broad leaves, and the small still pools at the bases of the roots. The sky above the canopy was very dark now, the pewter gray having deepened to something closer to charcoal, and the trees stood in it like old patient presences, their roots reaching down into the warm world below. In the underground tea room, the lanterns burned. Pip slept in the cushioned seat, breathing slowly and evenly, face entirely at rest. The warmth of the room was a constant, steady thing, Not the warmth of a fire that needs tending, not the warmth of a radiator that clicks and hisses, but the deep, settled warmth of a place that has been warm for a very long time and intends to go on being warm. It was the warmth of the earth itself, held and concentrated by the roots and the moss and the small, steady flames of the lanterns. Barney and Fern sat together and drank their tea, and spoke occasionally in low voices about small things. The state of the tunnels further north, where a new route had grown through and needed accommodating. A family of dormice who had taken up residence near the eastern lantern post and seemed to be thriving. A particularly beautiful piece of rootwood that Fern had found recently, smooth and deep red, which she was thinking of making into something, though she hadn't yet decided what. These were not important conversations. They were the conversations of people who are comfortable together and find pleasure in the small details of a world they both love. They were the conversations that happen in warm rooms while rain falls outside. The conversations that are really just a way of being together, of sharing the warmth. The lantern moth moved occasionally, from one lantern to another, drifting in its slow, unhurried way, its soft glow tracing gentle arcs through the amber air. It seemed entirely content. It seemed, in fact, like the most content creature in the world, which perhaps it was. At some point, Pip stirred, not waking fully, just shifting slightly in the cushioned seat, turning a little, settling deeper. A small sound, not quite a word. Then stillness again, and the slow, even breathing of deep sleep. Fern watched this with the same quiet attention she gave to everything. "They'll sleep well tonight," she said. "They always do after they find a new room," said Barney. Fern nodded. She understood this. There was something about discovery, real discovery, the kind that happens when you find something that feels like it was always there, waiting, that settled the mind in a particular way. It was not the excitement of finding something new. It was the comfort of finding something that felt, somehow, like coming home. And that kind of comfort went deep. It reached the parts of you that ordinary comfort couldn't quite reach. And it stayed there. And it made sleep easy, and dreams gentle, and waking the next morning a thing to look forward to. "The bread was good," said Barney. "New recipe," said Fern, with a small, pleased expression. "A little more honey than before. I wasn't sure about it." It was exactly right. She looked satisfied. She reached into the small leather notebook at her belt and made a note with a tiny pencil that had been tucked into its spine. Then she tucked it away again and picked up her tea. The hours passed in the way that hours pass in warm, quiet places. Not quickly, not slowly, but with a kind of graceful inevitability, each moment giving way to the next without urgency or resistance. The lanterns burned. The moss held its green. The rain murmured. The tea was drunk and refilled and drunk again. Barney told Fern about how Pip had found the entrance, the way the amber light had appeared near the base of the old oak's roots, the way Pip had crouched down and looked in without hesitation, the way the smell of the tea had drifted out through the tunnel and drawn them both forward. Fern listened with the particular quality of attention she brought to everything, complete, unhurried, as though what was being said was the most interesting thing she had heard in a long time, which perhaps it was. "The entrance shows itself when it's ready," she said when Barney had finished. "I've never quite understood how it decides, but it always seems to choose the right moment." "Tonight was the right moment," said Barney. "Yes," said Fern. "Tonight was." She looked at Pip again, at the sleeping face, the slow breathing, the complete and utter ease of someone who has found somewhere safe and knows it in their bones. "They'll come back," she said. It was not a question. "Often," said Barney. "I think they'll come back very often." Fern smiled. It was a small smile, quiet and warm, the smile of someone who has tended a place for a long time and finds deep satisfaction in seeing it used and loved. "Good," she said. "That's what it's for." The lantern moth settled. It had been drifting for a while, from lantern to lantern, from ceiling to shelf to table and back again. But now it came to rest on the edge of the table, very close to where Pip's hand lay, open and relaxed on the rootwood surface. It folded its wings and was still, and its soft glow fell on Pip's hand in a warm, gentle light, the color of the inside of a shell. Barney looked at it for a long moment. There was something about the lantern moth that he had never quite been able to put into words, though he had tried occasionally in his own quiet way. It was not just the glow, though the glow was beautiful. It was something about the way it appeared, always at the right moment, always near warmth, always near the things that mattered, as though it was drawn not just to light, but to the particular quality of light that comes from a place where people are at ease, where something good is happening, where the world is, for the moment, exactly as it should be. He thought that if you could bottle the feeling of being in this room, the warmth and the tea and the moss and the rain and the amber lanterns and the sleeping Pip and the quiet company of Fern, and give it a physical form, it would look something like the lantern moth, small and soft and glowing and entirely at home. "I should check the eastern tunnels before morning," Fern said eventually, setting down her empty cup. "The dormice have been rearranging things again." "Of course," said Barney. She stood, smoothing her fur with a small habitual gesture, and picked up her lantern. She looked around the room once more, at the lanterns, at the moss, at the shelf with its small treasures, at the table with its empty cups and its lopsided teapot. She looked at Pip, sleeping. "Leave them as long as they need," she said. "The room will keep them warm." "I know," said Barney. "Thank you, Fern." She nodded once, a small, precise nod. The nod of someone who finds thanks unnecessary, but accepts it gracefully, and moved toward the tunnel entrance. At the doorway, she paused and looked back. "The room beyond the doorway," she said. "The pale flowers are very beautiful tonight. The rain brings them out." "I'll tell Pip," said Barney. "Do," said Fern. And then she was gone, her footsteps soft on the moss, her lantern light moving away down the tunnel, until it was just a warm point in the distance, and then nothing. Barney sat alone with Pip and the lanterns and the moth. The room was very quiet now. The rain above had softened further, if that was possible, into something barely audible. A presence more than a sound. A low, continuous hum that was less like weather and more like the earth breathing. The lanterns burned with their steady amber warmth. The moss on the walls was very green and very still. Barney looked at the doorway in the far wall and the warm light beyond it, and thought about pale flowers blooming in the rain. He thought about all the rooms he hadn't found yet, all the tunnels he hadn't walked, all the small, warm, tended places that existed in the world beneath the trees, waiting patiently for the right moment to show themselves to the right person. He thought about how the world was larger and more generous than it appeared from any single point within it, and how that was not a frightening thought, but a comforting one. The most comforting thought there was, perhaps. The thought that there was always more. More warmth, more light, more rooms, more tea, more bread, more quiet evenings in good company while rain fell somewhere far above. He thought about Pip, who had found this place by not quite looking for it, by following a small amber light with the quiet, unhurried curiosity That was the best way to find anything worth finding. He thought that tomorrow, when Pip woke, they would go through the doorway together and see the pale flowers in the root garden, and the window with its thick, wavy glass, and the deep chair that faced it. And after that, there would be other rooms, and other tunnels, and other evenings like this one. And the world beneath the trees would unfold itself slowly and generously, one warm room at a time. There was no hurry. There was never any hurry down here. Pip slept on. The dreams, if there were dreams, were gentle ones. The kind that don't announce themselves as dreams, but simply continue the warmth of the waking world, extending it into sleep, the way the glow of a lantern extends into the darkness around it. Softly, gradually, without a clear boundary between the lit and the unlit. Perhaps Pip dreamed of the tunnel and the moss and the small, steady lanterns. Perhaps of the tea and the bread and the warmth of the cushioned seat. Perhaps of the lantern moth glowing softly on the table's edge, its wings folded, its light warm and constant. Perhaps of the room beyond the doorway and the pale flowers blooming in the rain, and the window with its thick, wavy glass, and the deep chair that waited there, patient and soft, for whoever needed it. Whatever the dreams were, they were good ones. You could tell by the face, completely at rest, completely at ease. The face of someone who is exactly where they are supposed to be, sleeping exactly the sleep they are supposed to sleep, in a warm room beneath the roots of the ancient trees, while the rain falls softly above, and the lanterns burn, and the world is in every way that matters, entirely all right. The lantern moth glowed. The moss held its green. The rain murmured its patient, endless murmur, and the world beneath the trees was warm and quiet, and full of rooms not yet found, and it would be there tomorrow, and the day after, and all the days after that, patient and generous, and lit from within, waiting for the next small amber light to appear near the base of a root, waiting for the next curious soul to crouch down and look in, waiting to offer what it had always offered and would always offer: warmth, tea, bread, moss, lanterns, quiet, the feeling of belonging somewhere you hadn't known existed until you found it, the feeling of being at last entirely home. Sleep now. The lanterns are burning. The rain is falling. You are safe beneath the roots. Everything is warm. Everything is well. Sleep. The evening had come gently to the world beneath the trees, the way evenings always did in that particular corner of the earth. Not all at once, not with any great announcement, but slowly, the way a held breath is slowly released. The light had shifted from the warm amber of late afternoon into something softer and more considered, a kind of blue gold that settled between the roots and the moss and the low-hanging ferns, like a favorite blanket pulled up to the chin. Pip had been sitting very still for quite some time. He was small as mice go, not the smallest, but close, with round, dark eyes that caught the light in a way that made him look always as though he had just thought of something interesting. His ears were large and attentive, his whiskers fine and expressive, and he had a habit, when he was thinking deeply, of holding whatever was in his paws very carefully, as though the object itself might have feelings about being held carelessly. Right now, what he was holding was the key. It had been tucked beneath a fold of moss at the base of the old oak tree, the very large, very ancient oak that stood at the center of the meadow above, and whose roots, below ground, spread out like the arms of something that had been reaching for a very long time. Pip had been collecting small, interesting stones, as he sometimes did on quiet evenings, when his paw had brushed against something that was not a stone at all, something cool and smooth and unmistakably intentional. He had lifted the moss carefully, the way you lift the corner of something when you suspect there might be something worth seeing underneath. And there it had been. The key was silver, or at least it had the quality of silver, that particular cool brightness that seems to hold light rather than simply reflect it. It was no longer than a pine needle, which made it perfectly sized for a mouse's paw. And yet it was heavier than it had any right to be. Not heavy in a burdensome way, heavy in the way that important things sometimes are, as though the weight was a kind of honesty, a way of saying, I am not nothing. I matter. There were no markings on it that Pip could see, no numbers or letters or symbols, just the key itself, simple and precise, with a small circular bow at one end and a single elegant tooth at the other. It was the kind of key that looked as though it had been made for exactly one lock, and that lock alone. Pip turned it over in his paws. He had been sitting with it for the better part of an hour, which was, for Pip, quite a long time to sit still. He was not, by nature, a creature of stillness. He was a creature of gentle motion, of small explorations, of following interesting smells around corners and pressing his nose to things that looked as though they might have a story. But the key had stilled him in a way that very few things could. Because the key had done something that Pip had never quite experienced before. It had made him feel, very quietly and very certainly, that something was about to begin. He was still sitting with this feeling, turning the key slowly in his paws, when he heard the familiar sound of Barney's footsteps on the path. Barney was a vole, broad-shouldered and steady, with a round, honest face, and the kind of calm that seemed to come not from a lack of feeling, but from a great abundance of it. All of it settled and sorted and arranged into something reliable. He was Pip's oldest friend, which meant he was also the friend who knew without being told when Pip had found something worth stopping for. He came around the curve of the root path and saw Pip sitting there, and he slowed his pace without being asked, and he came and sat down beside him in the moss, and he looked at the key. "Where did you find it?" Barney asked after a moment. "Under the moss," Pip said. "Just here, under this fold, right at the base." Barney looked at the fold of moss and then back at the key. "It's heavier than it looks," he said, not as a question. "Yes," said Pip. "How did you know?" "The way you're holding it," Barney said simply. They sat together for a while, in the comfortable silence that only very old friends can share. The kind of silence that doesn't need to be filled, that has its own texture and warmth. The evening light continued its slow, gentle shift around them. Somewhere above, in the meadow, a wood pigeon was making its last soft sounds before settling for the night. And then Pip saw it. It was only because the light moved, a small shift in the angle of the evening sun as it dipped a fraction lower behind the trees, that he saw it at all. A faint shimmer on the ground, just ahead of where they were sitting. Not bright, not dramatic. More like the way a spider's web catches the light for just a moment before the angle changes and it disappears again. Except this didn't disappear. Pip leaned forward. There, on the packed earth of the path, was a trail of golden dust. Each particle was tiny, smaller than a grain of sand, and they were spaced in a way that suggested not randomness, but intention. A gentle, dotted line leading away from the base of the oak tree and curving softly around the great root and down toward the deeper paths below. "Barney," Pip said quietly. "I see it," Barney said. "It wasn't there before." "No," Barney agreed. "It wasn't." Pip looked at the key in his paw, and then at the trail of golden dust, and then at Barney. Barney looked back at him with the expression he always wore when Pip was about to suggest something that would take them somewhere neither of them had been before. Not worried, not reluctant, but present, ready. "I think," Pip said slowly, "that the key wants to show us something." Barney considered this. "Keys generally do," he said. Pip smiled, a small, warm smile that reached all the way to his eyes, and he tucked the key carefully into the inside pocket of his jacket, where he could feel its pleasant weight against his chest. Then he stood up, brushed the moss from his knees, and looked at the trail. "We should bring something warm," Barney said, already reaching for the small pack he carried on his back, which, because Barney was Barney, already contained 2 small acorn-cap mugs, a portion of seed bread wrapped in a dock leaf, a piece of honeycomb, and a folded square of soft wool that could serve as a blanket in a pinch. Barney had a gift for being prepared without making a fuss about it. "You already have something warm," Pip said. "I always have something warm," Barney agreed, with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has never once regretted this habit. And so, in the soft blue gold of the early evening, with the rain beginning to whisper against the leaves above, and the golden dust trail glimmering faintly ahead of them, Pip and Barney set off together into the deeper world beneath the trees. The path that led downward from the base of the old oak was one that Pip had walked many times before, but only ever in the daylight, and only ever as far as the first bend. Beyond the first bend, the path had always seemed to simply continue, in a way that suggested it had no particular interest in being followed. It was not unwelcoming. It was simply private, the way some places are private. Not locked, but not quite open either, existing in a state of gentle self-containment that most creatures respected without quite knowing why. Tonight, with the golden dust trail leading the way, the path felt different. It felt, Pip thought, like a door that had been left slightly ajar. The roots of the oak tree arched overhead as they descended, forming a kind of natural tunnel that was both enclosed and spacious, the way the best tunnels are. The walls were earth and root and the occasional smooth stone, and they were covered in a soft, dense moss that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it, so that their footsteps were quiet and the world around them was very still. The air was cool and carried the smell of deep earth and something else, something faintly sweet, like dried flowers or old paper, or the inside of a wooden box that has held something precious for a long time. "Do you smell that?" Pip asked. Said Barney. "Like a library." Pip looked at him. "Have you ever been to a library?" "Once," Barney said, "when I was very young. my grandmother took me. It smelled like this." He paused. "Or almost like this. This smells older." The golden dust trail continued ahead of them, curving gently with the path, always just visible, always just enough to follow. It did not rush them. It did not flare or beckon or demand attention. It simply was, patient and luminous, a thread of light laid down by something that had known, perhaps for a very long time, that someone would eventually come to follow it. The path widened as they went deeper, and the roots overhead grew larger and more elaborate, crossing and recrossing each other in patterns that were almost architectural, almost deliberate, as though the tree above had spent centuries arranging its foundations into something that could be admired. Between the roots, small things grew, pale mushrooms with caps like folded umbrellas, clusters of tiny ferns that had never seen sunlight and had developed, in its absence, a kind of luminescence of their own, a faint green-white glow that was just enough to see by. "I didn't know these were here," Pip said softly, stopping to look at a cluster of the glowing ferns. "Neither did I," said Barney. "How long do you think they've been growing?" Barney looked at them thoughtfully. "A long time," he said. "They look very settled." There was something deeply comforting about that, Pip thought. The idea that these small glowing things had been here all along, quietly going about their business in the dark, not needing to be seen, to be real. He reached out and touched one very gently with the tip of his paw, and the fern swayed slightly, and the glow pulsed once, softly, like a slow heartbeat. "Oh," said Pip. "Yes," said Barney. They walked on. The path continued to descend, but so gradually that it was less like going down and more like the world simply becoming deeper around them, the way a conversation sometimes deepens without any single moment you can point to and say, "There, that is where it changed." The air grew slightly warmer as they went, which was unexpected and pleasant, and the smell of old paper and dried flowers grew stronger, and the golden dust trail glimmered on ahead of them, unhurried and certain. Pip kept one paw resting lightly against his jacket pocket, feeling the weight of the key. It was still there. Of course it was still there. But there was something reassuring about checking, the way you sometimes reach for the hand of someone you love in the dark, not because you think they've gone, but because the feeling of them being there is its own kind of comfort. "Do you think it's far?" Pip asked. "I don't think distance is quite the right way to think about it," Barney said, after a moment's consideration. Pip thought about this. "What's the right way?" Barney was quiet for a little while, watching the golden dust trail ahead of them. "I think it's as far as it needs to be," he said finally. "And I think we'll know when we're getting close." This was, Pip thought, exactly the right answer. He didn't know how Barney always managed to find exactly the right answer, but he had long since stopped being surprised by it, and had simply settled into being grateful for it, the way you settle into being grateful for a warm fire or a good pair of boots. They walked on together through the glowing dark, and the path curved gently ahead of them, and the golden dust led the way, and the world above, the rain, the meadow, the evening, grew very far away and very quiet. And what remained was just this: two friends, a silver key, and the particular feeling of being on the edge of something wonderful. The first remarkable thing they found was the door in the root. It was set into the side of one of the great lateral roots of the oak, a root that was, at this depth, as wide as a small room. And it was so perfectly fitted into the wood that you might have walked past it 100 times without seeing it. But the golden dust trail led directly to it, curled around its base in a small, deliberate arc, and then continued on the other side, which meant the door was not the destination, but a passage, a threshold to be crossed. The door was made of something that looked like wood, but felt, when Pip pressed his paw against it, more like the memory of wood, smooth and warm and faintly resonant, as though it had absorbed decades of sound and was holding them gently inside itself. It had no handle, no knocker, no visible hinge, just the door and a small circular depression at its center, exactly the size and shape of the bow of a silver key. Pip and Barney looked at each other. Pip reached into his jacket pocket. The key came out warm, warmer than it had been, warmer than his own body heat could account for. And it seemed, in the faint glow of the luminescent ferns, to have a very slight shimmer of its own, as though it had been waiting for this moment, and was now, quietly, ready. Pip pressed the key into the depression. It fit perfectly. Of course it did. It fit the way things fit when they were always meant to fit together, with a small, satisfying click that was less a sound and more a feeling, a sense of rightness, of completion, of a long-held breath, finally, gently released. The door swung inward. Beyond it was a corridor, not a tunnel, not a burrow, but a proper corridor, with a curved ceiling and smooth walls, and a floor of something that looked like compressed earth, but had the quality of stone, cool and even underfoot. The walls were lined with small niches, and in each niche was a single object: a dried flower, a smooth pebble, a folded piece of bark, a tiny glass bottle containing what appeared to be a single drop of amber light. Each object sat in its niche with the quiet dignity of something that had been placed there with great care and great intention. "What are these?" Pip asked, stopping before a niche that held a small, perfectly round seed. "I think," Barney said slowly, "they might be markers, like waypoints, things left by others who came this way before." Pip looked at the seed. It was very old. He could tell by the way it had dried, the particular quality of its stillness. Someone had carried it here, perhaps a very long time ago, and set it in this niche and walked on. He wondered who. He wondered what they had been looking for, and whether they had found it. He did not touch the seed. It felt important not to touch it. They walked on through the corridor, past the niches and their quiet objects, and the golden dust trail continued ahead of them, and the air grew warmer still, and the smell of old paper was now unmistakable, rich and complex, like the smell of a room full of books that have been read many times and loved well. The corridor curved, and then curved again, and then opened without warning into a space that made both of them stop walking entirely. It was a chamber, roughly circular, perhaps 20 paces across, and its ceiling was so high that it was lost in shadow. The walls were root and earth and stone, but they had been shaped, over time or by intention, into something that resembled shelves. And on these shelves were objects: more dried flowers, more smooth stones, more tiny bottles of amber light. And also, and this was what made Pip's breath catch, small rolled scrolls of bark, each one tied with a thread of dried grass, each one sitting in its place with the particular stillness of something that contained a story. In the center of the chamber was a pool of water, perfectly still, perfectly clear, and in its depths, or perhaps on its surface, it was difficult to tell, there was a reflection of stars. Not the stars that were currently above them, hidden by clouds and rain and the weight of the earth. Different stars, older stars perhaps, or stars from a different season, or stars from a night that had been particularly beautiful and had somehow left an impression here in this still water, in this deep place. Pip and Barney stood at the edge of the pool and looked at the stars in the water. "I don't understand how that's possible," Pip said quietly. No, Barney agreed, but it's very beautiful. They stood there for a while, not speaking, just looking. The stars in the water did not move. They simply were, patient and luminous. A sky held in a pool in a chamber beneath the earth, waiting to be seen. Eventually, Pip looked up from the pool and noticed that the golden dust trail continued on the far side of the chamber through another opening in the wall. This one without a door, just an archway formed by two great roots that had grown toward each other over many years, and finally, gently, met. Through there, he said. Through there, Barney agreed. They walked around the pool carefully, not wanting to disturb the water or the stars it held, and passed through the archway of roots. And the corridor on the other side was different from the first, wider, and lined not with niches, but with something that grew from the walls themselves. A kind of pale, soft moss that glowed very faintly, not green-white like the ferns above, but a warm, gentle gold, the color of candlelight seen through a thin curtain. The golden moss made the corridor feel like the inside of something living, something breathing, something that was aware of them in the way that very old places sometimes seem aware of those who walk through them. Not watching exactly, but present, attentive in the way that a sleeping creature is attentive, aware of the world, even in its rest. It's warm, Pip said, and he meant more than the temperature. Yes, said Barney, it is. They walked through the golden corridor for what felt like a long time, though time had begun to behave differently down here. Not faster or slower exactly, but more like water than like a clock, flowing rather than ticking, pooling in some places and moving quickly through others. Pip found that he didn't mind. He had stopped thinking about how long they had been walking, or how far they had come. He was simply here, in this warm, golden corridor, with his oldest friend, following a trail of light toward something he couldn't yet name, but could, somehow, already feel. Along the way, they found other things. A small alcove in the wall that contained a collection of acorns arranged in a careful spiral. Not random, not accidental, but placed with the deliberateness of someone who had wanted to leave something beautiful in a place where beauty was already abundant. A section of wall where the roots had grown in a pattern that looked unmistakably like a map. Not of any place Pip recognized, but a map nonetheless, with paths and markers, and what appeared to be a small star drawn in the center, as though someone had pressed a fingertip dipped in something luminous against the root and said, "Here, this is where you are going." A place where the floor of the corridor was covered in fallen petals, pale and papery, long since dried, but still holding their shape, still holding faintly the ghost of a scent that was something between rose and rain, and the particular smell of a summer morning before anyone else is awake. Pip stopped at the petals and crouched down to look at them more closely. They were very old. They had been here for a very long time, and yet they had not crumbled, had not turned to dust, had not lost their form. They lay on the floor of the corridor as though they had fallen only recently, as though the flower that had shed them was just around the next corner. "Someone loved this place," Pip said softly. "Many someones," Barney said, looking at the petals. "Over a very long time." Pip thought about all the creatures who might have walked this corridor before them. Mice and voles, perhaps, but also others. Hedgehogs and dormice and small, careful beetles, and the occasional adventurous wren. All of them following the same golden trail. All of them carrying the same feeling in their chests. The feeling of being on the edge of something wonderful. He stood up, and they walked on, and the golden moss glowed around them, and the trail of dust led them forward, and the smell of old paper grew stronger with every step, and Pip's paw rested against his jacket pocket, and the key was warm and steady and certain. And then the corridor ended. Not abruptly. Nothing in this place was abrupt. It simply widened and widened again, and the ceiling rose, and the golden moss spread from the walls to the ceiling, and then, gradually, gave way to something else entirely. Something that was not moss, and not stone, and not root, but was instead a kind of light, a soft, diffuse, sourceless light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The way light sometimes fills a room on a cloudy day, gentle and even, and without shadow. And in that light, at the end of the widening corridor, there was a door. Not a door in a root this time. A proper door, tall and arched and made of dark wood that had been polished by time to a deep, warm luster. It had no keyhole. It had no handle. It had, carved into its surface in a pattern so intricate and so fine that it took Pip a moment to understand what he was seeing. The image of a night sky, stars and moon, and the suggestion of clouds, rendered in the wood with such skill and such patience that it seemed less like carving and more like memory, as though the wood itself had once been part of a night like that and had simply never forgotten. Above the door, carved into the lintel in letters that were small but perfectly clear, were 3 words: The Library of Starlight. Pip and Barney stood before the door and looked at it for a long time. The golden dust trail ended here, at the threshold. Its last few particles gathered at the base of the door like a small, quiet offering. Pip reached out and pressed his paw flat against the wood. It was warm. It was very warm. And beneath his paw, very faintly, he could feel something. Not a heartbeat, not quite, but something with the same quality as a heartbeat. A rhythm, a presence, a sense of something vast and patient and alive, waiting on the other side. The door swung open. What Pip had expected, he could not have said precisely. Something wonderful, certainly. Something unlike anything he had seen before. But the mind, even the most imaginative mind, tends to build its expectations from the materials it already has, from rooms it has visited, from spaces it has known, from the accumulated architecture of a life lived in a particular world. What was on the other side of the door was not built from any materials Pip already had. It was vast. That was the first thing. The sheer, breathtaking vastness of it. The Library of Starlight was not a room. It was not a hall. It was a space that seemed to exist outside the ordinary rules of underground places. A space that should not have been able to fit beneath the roots of even the oldest oak tree. And yet, here it was, enormous and serene, and entirely, perfectly real. The ceiling was so high that it was not, in any practical sense, a ceiling at all. It was a sky, or something that had learned to be a sky. A deep, soft darkness, scattered with points of light that were not quite stars, but had all the qualities of stars. The stillness, the distance, the particular kind of beauty that comes from something being very far away and very bright at the same time. The light they cast was gentle and silver blue, and it fell on everything below with the even, unhurried quality of moonlight. The floor was stone, smooth, pale stone, the color of old cream, and it was warm underfoot in a way that stone is not usually warm, a warmth that seemed to come from within rather than from any external source, as though the stone itself had been keeping a fire for a very long time, and had simply become, over the years, a warm thing. And the shelves were everywhere. They rose from the floor to the not-quite ceiling in great curving rows, carved from the same dark wood as the door, polished to the same deep luster, and they were filled, every shelf, every inch of every shelf, from the lowest that Pip could reach to the highest that he could barely see, with books. Not large books, not the heavy, imposing volumes that Pip had sometimes seen in the illustrations in the stories his grandmother used to tell. These were small books, each one perfectly sized for a mouse's paw, with spines of different colors, deep blue and forest green, and the warm red of autumn leaves, and the pale gold of early morning, and the soft gray of fog, and the particular shade of purple that the sky turns in the last few minutes before full dark. Each spine was labeled in small, careful lettering, and the labels were not titles in the way that book titles usually are, not names or numbers or the names of authors. They were descriptions, moments, feelings, things. Pip stepped inside. The door closed behind them, softly, without drama, the way a door closes when it is satisfied. The air inside the library was extraordinary. It was the smell of old paper, yes, but it was also more than that. It was the smell of every season at once, somehow. The particular cold, clean smell of winter, and the green, warm smell of spring, and the dry, golden smell of summer, and the rich, dark smell of autumn. All of them present simultaneously. All of them distinct, none of them overwhelming the others. It was the smell of time, Pip thought, of many times held together in one place. And it was quiet, not the quiet of emptiness, the quiet of fullness, of a space so complete in itself that it had no need of additional sound. The kind of quiet that you can feel against your skin, that has a texture, that is itself a kind of presence. Pip and Barney stood just inside the door and looked at it all. Barney set his pack down very carefully, as though he was afraid of disturbing something, and then he straightened up and looked around with the expression he wore when he was feeling something very large and was taking his time about it. "It's real," he said finally. "Yes," said Pip. "I wasn't entirely sure it would be." "Neither was I," Pip admitted. They stood there a little longer, just breathing it in, just letting the library be what it was around them. There was no rush. The library made that clear without saying anything. It had the quality of a place that had been waiting for a very long time, and was entirely comfortable with waiting a little longer. It was not impatient. It was not eager. It was simply here, and it was glad to have them. And it would be here when they were ready. Between the great curving rows of shelves, there were reading spaces, small alcoves fitted with chairs that looked as though they had been made from the same wood as the shelves, dark and warm, and shaped in a way that suggested they had been designed not just for sitting, but for settling, for the particular kind of deep, comfortable stillness that comes when a body is perfectly supported and a mind is perfectly engaged. Each alcove had a small lamp, not a candle, not a lantern, but a globe of soft light that sat on a bracket beside the chair and cast a warm circle of gold that was exactly the right size for reading by. The lamps were all lit. "Someone knew we were coming," Barney said quietly. "Or someone always keeps them lit," Pip said, "in case." He liked that idea. The idea of a library that kept its lamps burning always, not for any specific visitor, but for the possibility of visitors, for the general principle that someone might come someday and would want to see. He walked forward, slowly, into the first row of shelves, and he began to read the spines. The first book Pip reached for was The Color of a Summer Sky, a deep, clear blue that seemed to hold light within it rather than simply reflecting it. Its spine read, in small gold letters, "The smell of rain on warm stone." He took it from the shelf carefully, the way you take something that you understand to be precious, and he held it in both paws, and he looked at it. It was lighter than he expected, much lighter. It felt in his paws almost like holding nothing, or rather, like holding something that was made of something other than paper and ink and binding, something less substantial and more real. He opened it. There were no words inside. He had been told this. Walter had said it. Mabel had said it. The legend had always said it. But knowing a thing and experiencing a thing are different in the way that a map is different from a journey. He had known there would be no words. He had not known what there would be instead. What there was summer. Not an image of summer, not a description of summer. Summer itself, or the essential quality of it, distilled into something that could be held in the pages of a small blue book and released gently when those pages were opened. It came to him not through his eyes, but through something deeper, a warmth that spread from his paws up through his arms and into his chest, a smell that was exactly the smell of rain beginning to fall on stone that has been baked all day in the sun. That particular sharp, sweet smell that is one of the most specific and most beloved smells in the world. He could hear it, too. Not loudly, not intrusively, but as a background, a texture of sound. The first drops hitting the dust of a dry path, the rustle of leaves responding to the change in the air, the distant rumble of thunder that is far enough away to be beautiful rather than frightening. And beneath all of it, the feeling of standing in a doorway, watching the rain begin, with the warmth of the day still on your back, and the cool of the rain just reaching your face, and knowing that you are exactly where you are supposed to be, in exactly this moment, and that this moment is enough. Pip closed the book. He stood very still for a moment, holding it against his chest. "Pip," Barney said, from just behind him. "It's summer," Pip said. You have to try one." Barney came and stood beside him, and Pip put the blue book back in its place with great care. And Barney reached out and took the book next to it. This one, the pale, particular white of a sky just before snow. Its spine reading, "The first snowfall of the year." Barney opened it. Pip watched his friend's face. He watched the way Barney's eyes went soft and distant, the way his shoulders dropped slightly, the way a small, private smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, the smile of someone remembering something they had not thought of in a long time, and finding it exactly as they had left it. Barney closed the book after a moment and held it for a little while before putting it back. "It's the smell," he said, "that particular smell, and the quiet, the way everything goes quiet." "Yes," said Pip, though he hadn't opened that one. He understood anyway. They moved deeper into the shelves, slowly, reading the spines as they went. The sound of bees in a garden on a hot afternoon. The feeling of coming home after a long journey. The particular blue of twilight in midsummer. The smell of bread baking in a house you love. The sound of rain on a roof when you are warm inside. The feeling of grass beneath your paws on a morning in May. The color of autumn leaves against a gray sky. The sound of a fire when the wind is outside. Each spine was a small poem. Each one named something that had no name in ordinary language. Not a thing exactly, but a quality of experience. A moment distilled to its essence. A feeling that everyone has felt, and no one has ever quite managed to put into words. Until now. Until here. Pip stopped before a shelf of books in shades of gold and amber, and he read. Laughter shared between old friends on a quiet evening. He took it from the shelf. When he opened it, what came to him was not a specific memory, not any particular evening, not any specific laugh. It was the quality of it. The way laughter between old friends is different from any other kind of laughter. Warmer, less performed, more like breathing than like sound. The way it rises without warning from something small, something that wouldn't be funny to anyone else, something that is funny precisely because of the shared history that makes it funny. The years of knowing each other that have built up, layer by layer, into a kind of private language. The way it leaves you feeling afterward, not just happy, but held, seen, known. He closed the book and looked at Barney. Barney was looking at him. "I know," Barney said. "You didn't open it." "I didn't need to," Barney said simply. Pip put the book back, and they walked on. The shelves curved, and the library opened into a wider space. And here the books were arranged differently, not by color, but by something else. Some principle of organization that Pip couldn't quite identify, but that felt, nonetheless, right. These books were older. He could tell by the quality of their spines, the way the colors had deepened and settled over time into something richer and more complex. The way old things become richer and more complex when they have been loved for long enough. He stopped before one that was the color of deep water, a blue so dark it was almost black, with a spine that read, "A friendship that has lasted many years." He did not open this one. He stood before it for a long time, his paw resting lightly on its spine, feeling the warmth of it, the weight of it. He thought about Barney, standing just behind him. He thought about all the years of it, the mornings and the evenings, the small adventures and the quiet days, the times when words had been necessary and the times when they hadn't. The accumulated weight of a friendship that had lasted many years, which was, he thought, one of the most extraordinary things in the world, and one of the things most easily taken for granted. He took his paw from the spine without opening the book. Some things, he thought, you don't need a book to feel. "Come and look at this one," Barney called from further along the shelf. Pip went to where Barney was standing, before a book the color of warm honey, its spine reading, "A warm afternoon in late summer, when there is nowhere to be." Barney opened it, and they both leaned in. And what came to them was exactly that. The particular quality of a late summer afternoon, when the light has gone golden, and the heat has softened from fierce to gentle, and there is absolutely nothing that needs doing, nowhere that needs reaching, no task waiting at the end of the day, just the afternoon itself, warm and unhurried, with the sound of insects in the grass and the smell of dry earth and the feeling of time moving slowly, generously, as though it has decided, just for now, to be kind. They stood in it together for a long moment. Then Barney closed the book and put it back, and they walked on. There was a section of the library where the books were very small, smaller even than the others, no bigger than a thumbnail, their spines so fine that the lettering on them was almost too small to read. Pip had to lean very close, his nose nearly touching the shelf, to make out the words. The sound of someone you love breathing beside you while they sleep. The feeling of a hand held in the dark. The particular comfort of a familiar voice. The moment before sleep, when the day releases you. These books, Pip thought, were the most important ones. Not because they described the grandest things, but because they described the things that were so ordinary, so constant, so woven into the fabric of daily life that they were almost invisible. The things you only noticed when they were gone, or when someone, somewhere, had thought to write them down and put them on a shelf in a library beneath the roots of an old oak tree, so that they could be found and held and remembered. He did not open any of these. He simply read their spines, one by one, and felt each one land somewhere quiet and certain inside him. They moved on, through the curving rows, past shelves of books about seasons, and shelves of books about weather, and shelves of books about the particular quality of light at different times of day. There were books about the smell of the sea, and books about the sound of wind in different kinds of trees, and books about the feeling of cold water on a hot day, and books about the smell of wood smoke in autumn, and books about the sound of a distant bell on a still morning. There were books about journeys. These were on a shelf of their own, in a quiet corner of the library, where the not-quite stars overhead were slightly denser, slightly brighter, as though the library had decided that journeys deserved a little more light. The books here were in shades of green and brown, and the particular gray-blue of early morning, and their spines read like the beginnings of stories. The first step of a long walk, the feeling of setting out before dawn, the view from the top of a hill you have climbed for the first time, the moment when a path turns and you see something you did not expect, the particular tiredness of a good day's walking. The feeling of arriving somewhere you have never been, and knowing, somehow, that you will return. Pip stood before this shelf for a long time. He thought about the golden dust trail, and the silver key, and the door in the root, and the corridor with its glowing moss, and the chamber with its pool of stars, and all the small, beautiful things they had found along the way. He thought about the feeling he had had, sitting at the base of the oak tree with the key in his paw. The feeling that something was about to begin. He thought, this is what that feeling was for. This is what it was pointing toward. Not just the library, not just the books, but the journey itself. The particular quality of walking toward something wonderful with someone you trust, in a world that keeps offering you beautiful things, if you are willing to follow the light. He reached out and took the book that read, "The feeling of arriving somewhere you have never been, and knowing, somehow, that you will return." He opened it. What came to him was exactly that feeling. The particular combination of newness and recognition, of strangeness and rightness that you sometimes feel in a place you have never visited before. The sense that this place has been waiting for you, not in any mystical or dramatic way, but in the simple, quiet way that a good place waits for the right person. Patiently, without urgency, with the confidence of something that knows its own worth. He felt it in his chest, warm and certain. He closed the book and put it back. "I think," he said to Barney, "that we'll come back here." "Yes," said Barney, "I think we will." They found the reading alcoves eventually, and they sat down, Pip in one chair, Barney in the other, the warm globe of light between them. And Barney opened his pack and produced the seed bread and the honeycomb and the 2 acorn-cap mugs. And from a small flask he had not mentioned until now, he poured something warm and fragrant that smelled of chamomile and honey and something else, something that Pip couldn't identify, but that tasted, when he sipped it, like the memory of every warm drink he had ever had on a cold evening. They sat in the reading alcoves of the Library of Starlight, and they ate their small meal, and they drank their warm drink, and they did not talk very much, because there was nothing that needed saying that the library had not already said. And the quiet was too good to fill unnecessarily. Above them, the not-quite stars were steady and silver blue. Around them, the books held their memories, patient and luminous, waiting to be opened. The lamps burned warm and gold. Part 5. The Book with His Name. It was Barney who noticed first that the light had shifted. not dramatically. Nothing in this place was dramatic. But the silver blue of the not-quite stars had deepened slightly, and the warmth of the lamps seemed to have intensified in response, as though the library was settling into a later hour, a quieter mode, the way a house settles in the evening when the day's business is done, and what remains is simply the pleasure of being in it. "We should probably think about heading back," Barney said, with the gentle practicality that was one of his most reliable qualities. He did not say it urgently. He said it the way you say something when you know it's true, but you're not in any hurry to act on it. As an acknowledgement, a gentle marker, a way of beginning the process of leaving without actually leaving yet. "Yes," Pip agreed. "Soon." He stood up from the reading chair and stretched, feeling the pleasant tiredness of a long walk and a full evening in his limbs. And he looked around the library one more time. The great curving shelves, the not-quite stars, the warm lamps, the books in their hundreds and thousands, each one holding something irreplaceable, each one waiting with infinite patience for the right paw to reach for it. He had been thinking, as he sat in the reading chair, about the key, about the fact that the door had opened without it. He had not used the key on the library door, which had swung open on its own, which meant the key had been for the first door, the door in the root, the threshold between the ordinary underground world and the deeper paths that led here, which meant the key was not the key to the library itself, which meant, perhaps, that the library had another key, or no key at all, or a different kind of key entirely. He was still thinking about this as he walked slowly back along the last row of shelves, trailing his paw lightly along the spines, reading the last few titles as he went. The sound of wind in tall grass, the feeling of being exactly the right temperature, the smell of earth after rain, the particular silence of a snowy morning. And then his paw stopped, not because he had decided to stop it. It stopped on its own, the way a paw sometimes does when it has found something before the mind has caught up. He looked at the book his paw was resting on. It was small, smaller than most of the others, tucked between two larger volumes in a way that made it easy to overlook, easy to miss. Its spine was the color of the sky just before dawn, not quite dark, not quite light, a color that existed only in that particular transitional moment and nowhere else. It was slightly worn at the edges, as though it had been handled before, though not recently, and on its spine, in the same small, careful lettering as all the other books, was a name. His name, Pip. Just that. Just his name, in small gold letters, on a spine the color of the sky before dawn, tucked between two larger books in a quiet corner of the Library of Starlight. He stood very still. His heart was doing something that hearts do when they encounter something they were not prepared for. Not racing, not frightened, but quickened, alert, awake in a way that was different from ordinary wakefulness. He was aware of everything. The warmth of the stone floor beneath his paws, the smell of old paper and all the seasons, the soft light of the lamps, the not quite stars overhead, the sound of Barney's quiet breathing from somewhere behind him. He was aware of the book. It was warm beneath his paw, warmer than the others had been, warmer than the stone floor, warmer than the air, warmer than anything in the library except, perhaps, the lamps themselves. It was warm in the way that the key had been warm, not with heat exactly, but with something that had the quality of heat, something that felt like readiness, like recognition, like the particular warmth of something that has been waiting for you specifically and is glad now that you have finally arrived. "Barney," Pip said. His voice came out quieter than he intended. Barney appeared at the end of the row, pack on his back, ready to go. And he looked at Pip, and then he looked at the book, and then he looked at Pip again. "Is that?" he began. "Yes," Pip said. Barney came and stood beside him, and they both looked at the book with Pip's name on the spine, tucked in its quiet corner between its two larger neighbors, warm beneath Pip's paw. "What do you think is in it?" Barney asked, very softly. Pip thought about all the other books he had opened tonight. The summer rain, the first snowfall, the laughter between old friends, the feeling of arriving somewhere and knowing you will return. Each one had contained something real, not a story about the thing, not a description of the thing, but the thing itself, distilled and preserved and waiting. What would a book with his name contain? He didn't know. He couldn't know. Not yet. Not without opening it. But he could feel it, the warmth of it, the weight of it, the particular quality of its waiting. And what he felt was not frightening and not overwhelming, but simply very, very large. Larger than he had expected. Larger than he felt quite ready for. Here, at the end of a long evening, with the library settling into its later hour around him, and Barney standing quietly at his side. He reached out. His paw closed around the spine of the book. It was warm. It was very warm. And beneath his paw, very faintly, He could feel something. The same thing he had felt through the door. The same rhythm. The same presence. But closer now. Much closer. As though whatever was on the other side of the door had been the library itself, vast and patient and alive. And whatever was in this book was something smaller and more specific and more his. He lifted it from the shelf. It was lighter than he expected. Much lighter. It felt in his paws like holding something that was made of something other than paper and ink and binding. Something less substantial and more real. He looked at his name on the spine. Pip. He looked at the cover, the same color as the spine, that particular pre-dawn blue, with no image, no decoration, just the color itself, and the quality of it, which was the quality of a moment that has not yet decided what it will become. He looked at Barney. Barney looked back at him with the expression he wore when he understood that something important was happening, and that the most important thing he could do was simply be there for it. Present, steady, unhurried. Pip looked back at the book. He held it in both paws, carefully, the way you hold something that you understand to be precious. He felt the warmth of it against his paws. He felt the weight of it, heavier than it should have been, heavier than its size suggested, heavy in the way that important things sometimes are. He took a slow breath. The library was very quiet around him. The not-quite stars were steady overhead. The lamps burned warm and gold. The smell of old paper and all the seasons was everywhere, rich and complex and deeply, deeply comforting. Pip's paws found the cover of the book. His fingers curled around the edge of it, ready to open. And there, in the library of starlight, in the warm and quiet deep beneath the roots of the old oak tree, with his oldest friend beside him, and a silver key in his pocket, and a trail of golden dust waiting to lead them home. Pip held the book with his name on the spine, and he paused, and he breathed, and he felt the particular feeling of standing on the very edge of something. Not the edge of a cliff, not the edge of a danger, but the edge of a beginning. The kind of beginning that changes things. The kind of beginning that, once begun, cannot be unbegun. The kind of beginning that you remember afterward for the rest of your life, as the moment when everything that came before it was revealed to have been, all along, a path leading here. His fingers tightened on the cover. He began to open the book. And that, for tonight, is where we leave them. Pip, with the book in his paws. Barney, steady and present beside him. The library of starlight, warm and patient around them both. the not-quite stars burning softly overhead. What is in the book? What Pip finds when he opens it? What it means? What it begins? That is a story for another evening. For now, let the library hold them. Let the lamps burn. Let the golden dust wait, patient and luminous, on the path that leads back home. And let yourself, wherever you are tonight, grow a little heavier, a little warmer, a little more settled into wherever you are resting. The story will be here when you return. Rain had been resting over the forest since early evening, steady and unhurried, laying a soft hush across the leaves above and sending a quiet, silvery music down through bark, root, and stone. Deep beneath the trees, in the hidden world of lantern-lit paths and underground gardens, the rain arrived in gentler forms. It moved through the earth as a distant patter. It slipped along old channels and gathered in smooth drops on mossy ledges. It touched glass, wood, and curled fern tips with such patience that the whole evening seemed to settle around it. In the world beneath the trees, rainy nights were not noisy things. They were warm and dim and wonderfully slow. The sort of nights when doors were closed softly, cups were set out on tables, and lanterns shone with an amber stillness that made every room feel a little more sheltered. Along the winding passages beneath the roots, the evening was arranging itself in its usual comforting ways. In one burrow, soup simmered with thyme and onion. In another, someone folded dry blankets near the stove. A pair of lanterns burned in a gardening room, where seed trays had already been covered for the night. Water traced delicate lines beside the pathways, and now and then a drop slipped from a root overhead and landed so lightly on the stones that it only added to the calm. Everywhere, the rain seemed to encourage quiet routines. Nothing needed to be rushed. Nothing needed to be bright. The night was content to arrive a little at a time. Pip was on his way home, with his small lantern held low in one paw, following a familiar path between moss-soft stones and sleeping root beds. He had spent the later part of the afternoon helping to carry bundles of dried thyme and clover leaf from one storeroom to another. And now that the work was done, there remained only that pleasant, comfortable tiredness that belongs to a rainy evening. His lantern made a warm pool of light around his feet, catching the pale curve of pebbles, the rounded caps of tiny mushrooms, and the silver glimmer of water resting in shallow grooves along the path. Pip liked these nights especially. The underground gardens smelled greener when it rained. The lanterns seemed warmer. The long passages beneath the trees felt less like corridors and more like sheltered little streams of light leading everyone home. He moved slowly, listening as he went, to the softened patter far above, to the faint trickle of water near the wall, to the gentle creak of roots settling into the wet night. Ahead, one by one, the old lanterns along the lane offered their mellow circles of light, each one making a small island of warmth in the dimness. Now and then, the glow touched the edge of wet stone or found the polished curve of an old root. And for a while, Pip's walk was only that. Lantern light, rain somewhere above, the quiet path beneath his feet, and the peaceful sense of the evening folding itself more closely around the world below. It was only when he entered an older stretch of the lane, where velvet moss had climbed halfway up the brick, and fern fronds hung low at the wall, that he became aware of another glow waiting softly ahead. Beyond a bend, behind a curtain of ivy and fern, an old lantern was shining again. Pip paused by the wall and let the sight settle around him. The old lantern was mounted on a curved iron post, nearly hidden by fern fronds, and its light was steady behind the misted glass, warm and golden, as if it had never gone dark at all. For years it had belonged to the quiet edge of the lane, part of that gentle background of old things no longer in use, but still somehow cherished. Yet now it shone through the leaves with the same calm assurance as the lanterns in the well-tended passages. Rain hummed overhead. Tiny beads of moisture gleamed on the moss. The glass of the old lantern held its glow so softly that it seemed less like a signal and more like a room offering welcome from somewhere just out of sight. Pip remained there for a little while, with his own lantern light resting over the stones and the rain continuing above, before turning at last toward Barney's burrow. After a little while, he turned toward Barney's burrow, thinking that a lantern like this was the sort of thing best noticed together. The lane curved gently toward the warmer, more familiar passages, where pools of amber light rested beneath each lantern, and the scent of supper still lingered in the air. Water traced quiet lines along the edge of the stones. Somewhere nearby, a door closed softly. By the time Pip reached Barney's round doorway, framed with polished roots, the rainy evening seemed even more settled than before. Barney answered, wrapped in his thick, rain evening waistcoat, with a book tucked under one arm and the look of someone who had already been preparing for a very peaceful night indoors. Warm light spilled around him, carrying the mild scent of acorn tea and toasted oat bread. Pip explained in a low voice what he had seen, and Barney listened in his usual dependable way, saying nothing until Pip had finished. Then he glanced down the lane, reached for a sturdier lantern from a peg near the door, and gave a small nod. "I think," Barney said gently, "that this rainy evening may be inviting us for a quiet walk." "Ah," old Bramble said, and his voice seemed to move as slowly and comfortably as the rain itself. "Then perhaps the conservatory of whispering ferns has grown tired of being forgotten." He set down his cup and looked toward the dim corridor beyond his doorway, as though he could see through years as easily as through evening mist. "When I was young, I heard stories of a great glass-roofed garden hidden beyond the old eastern paths, a place built by the first caretakers of our world. They say the ferns there listened to rain and answered in whispers. They say there were warm halls full of green light, little streams that crossed tiled floors, and nooks where one might sit all afternoon with a blanket and a book. But pathways change, doors go still, and in time, many believed it had slipped fully into legend." At that moment, as quietly as lantern light settling over a room, a soft golden glow drifted across the doorway. A moth, luminous as a fleck of living amber, circled once above old Bramble's cup, and then floated toward Pip. Its wings moved slowly, less like a hurried flight than a small, steady drifting through warm air. Pip and Barney both smiled. The golden moth had appeared before on evenings touched by quiet wonder, and it hovered now between them with the same calm presence, before turning gently toward the corridor. "You should take Fern with you," old Bramble added. "If the conservatory truly waits beyond that lantern, it will be glad of someone who knows how to greet old plants kindly." Fern was still awake in her garden rooms, where trays of seedlings lined the shelves, and the air held the green scent of fresh stems, damp soil, and rain-cooled stone. A kettle rested near her stove, and several small pots stood drying on folded cloths by the door. She opened at once, with a little dusting of soil still on her paws, and listened with bright but quiet interest as Pip described the shining lantern and old Bramble's remembered stories. Of everyone beneath the trees, Fern understood plants with the greatest patience. She noticed the lean of a stem toward warmth, the way one leaf sheltered another, the comfort certain flowers seemed to take from rain. When she heard the name of the conservatory, her expression softened into a deep, gentle happiness. She chose a shawl the color of sage leaves, tucked a tiny pair of pruning scissors into her pocket out of long habit, and joined them in the lane. Together they returned to the old lane. The forgotten lantern still shone. Its glow now seemed less like a puzzle and more like a welcome. Rain hummed faintly far above, and fine beads of moisture gleamed along the mossy wall. The golden moth floated ahead in its unhurried way. Beneath the lantern post, almost hidden by hanging fern fronds and a tangle of ivy stems, was a narrow seam in the wall that had gone unnoticed for many years. It was not quite a door, and not quite a gate. It looked more like a quiet line where stone had once learned how to open. Fern stepped closer first. "Look," she whispered, brushing aside the oldest leaves with extraordinary gentleness. Tiny brass hinges, greened with age, caught the lantern light. Barney placed one broad paw against the hidden panel, not pushing hard, simply testing the patience of old wood and older stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with the soft sigh of something relieved to be remembered, the seam widened. Cool air drifted out, touched with mineral damp, leaf scent, and the faint sweetness of growing things kept warm for a very long time. Beyond was a passageway, overgrown in the most peaceful way. Ferns had draped themselves over the edges of old stone benches. Moss had softened the corners of the floor. Small white flowers, no one could immediately name, grew from cracks in the wall, and inclined their faces toward the lanterns as the friends passed. The corridor curved gradually downward, and with each step, the sound of rain became clearer. Not louder exactly, but more present, as if a broad roof ahead were gathering every drop and laying it gently over glass. Lantern light moved over tiled fragments and carved archways, while the golden moth drifted in slow circles before them. The air held that same mingling of damp stone, warm glass, and fern scent that seemed already to belong to the conservatory. And the whole passage felt less like a route to somewhere else, and more like a quiet preparation for arrival. At last, they reached a pair of tall doors made of ironwork and clouded glass. Vines traced the metal in looping patterns, so graceful they seemed almost part of the original design. and above the doors, water moved in fine lines down the glass roof beyond. When Barney eased one door inward, warm air drifted around them, carrying the scent of fern, wet stone, flowering moss, and earth made sweet by rain. Pip stood quietly in that first moment, letting the warmth, the fragrance, and the rain-muted hush of the place settle over him. Before them, hidden all these years beneath ancient roots, lay the conservatory of whispering ferns. The conservatory was vast, though not in a grand or echoing way. Its size felt sheltered, like a garden imagined inside a lantern and then made real. Above them arched a broad roof of warm glass, ribbed with dark metal and crossed by old root shadows. And over that glass, the rain moved in patient silver threads, gathering, gliding, tapping lightly, and wandering onward. Lanterns hung at intervals from curved beams, their glow softened by leaves, so that every corner shone in shades of amber and green. The floor beneath their feet was tiled in worn patterns of moss, bronze, and cream. Between the paths ran narrow channels of water. Little streams guided through the rooms with such care that they sounded less like running water and more like low conversation heard from the next room while rain continues steadily on the roof and lantern light holds the evening in place. All around them rose ferns of every imaginable shape. Some unfurled in great feathered arches, taller than Barney. Some gathered in low cushions of delicate green lace. Some carried a silver tint on the underside of their fronds, so that when they moved, the air around them seemed to shimmer in the lantern glow. And when raindrops touched the warm glass roof above, and the water traced its careful paths into hidden basins and along leaf-tipped runnels, the ferns made their whispers. It was a real sound, though almost too soft to name. Not words exactly, not music exactly, but a leafy rustle full of variations. One frond answering another, one chamber answering the next. The whole conservatory softly replying to the rain on the roof in a language of green stillness. They began in the Hall of Glass Ferns, though no sign named it, and the title came to Pip simply because there was no better one. Great planting beds curved around the room like green shorelines, filled with ferns so translucent at the edges that the lantern light seemed to rest inside them. Between the beds stood long benches of polished chestnut wood, still smooth despite the years. Overhead, the rain patterned the roof in changing rhythms that never disturbed the calm. Here, a soft silver tapping. There, a longer hush as water gathered and drifted across a pane. Occasionally, a drop slipped from one hidden channel to another with the faintest note, and the ferns answered with their whispering, leafy and low. Fern moved from plant to plant with reverent delight, touching nothing at first, only observing. "They've been keeping one another company," she murmured. "Look how thoughtfully they've grown. No crowding, no struggle. They've made a home together." From there, the golden moth led them through an arch tiled with tiny green shells into a room warmer than the first. This one held long tables beneath the windows, each table crowded with pots, trays, glass cloches, and neatly arranged ceramic labels. Fern stopped with a soft little breath of astonishment. "A potting room," she said, smiling so fully that even Barney laughed quietly to see it. "An old potting room." The shelves were lined with dried seed pods, bundled twine, copper watering cans, and tools shaped for paws, much like their own. Many were tarnished, but none seemed abandoned in sadness. They felt paused, waiting for hands to return. On one table lay a row of small planters where moss had grown into velvety humps. On another, a tray of tiny blue mushrooms glowed with their own dim light, as if remembering some old instruction to keep watch. Pip wandered gently along the room's edge and found that every window held a different rain picture. One looked onto a slope of roots where water moved in shining threads like strings of beads. Another looked inward to a wall entirely clothed in moss and minute ferns that bowed slightly whenever a tiny drop reached them. The windows were latticed with slender iron branches, and the glass between them glimmered with mist and rain, turning everything beyond into something soft and painterly. The whole place invited quiet. Not silence exactly, because there was always water, always the hush of leaves, always the far delicate patter above the roof, and now and then the small click of fern lifting an old label or setting down a pot. But it was the kind of quiet that allows thoughts to grow gentler and unhurried. A curved corridor opened from the potting room into a long gallery lined with bookshelves built directly into the brick. Here the air was cooler and smelled faintly of paper, cedar, and old tea leaves. Cushioned alcoves had been tucked between the shelves, each with its own reading lamp and folded blanket preserved in cedar chests beneath the seats. Pip's lantern light moved across rows of weathered volumes, almanacs of underground blooms, journals of seasonal rains, hand-drawn maps of root chambers, collections of pressed leaves mounted with extraordinary care. The reading nooks were perhaps the most immediately comforting place Pip had ever seen. Rain trailed down the high windows. Fern fronds brushed the outer glass. A narrow stream ran under a little bridge at the center of the room, and the sound of it beneath the shelves, beneath the warm lamps, and beneath the steady rain on the roof gave the whole gallery the feeling of a thought drifting slowly toward sleep. Barney eased himself onto one of the cushioned seats and tested it with his usual practical seriousness. It was, apparently, excellent. "This room," he said, looking around at the lantern glow, the blankets, the books, and the rain crossing the glass in silver lines, was designed by someone who understood evenings. Pip smiled and sat beside him for a moment, just to feel the deep comfort of the place. The cushion gave softly under his weight. The blanket beside him smelled faintly of lavender and dried fern. If one wished, one could stay there a very long time and ask nothing more from the world than the turning of a page and the continuation of rain. The golden moth drifted down the gallery, turned around a pillar thick with creeping ivy, and came to rest near a lower shelf close to the floor. There, half hidden behind a basket of dried reed markers and a stack of folded garden diagrams, was a small journal bound in green cloth. Its corners had softened with age, and a pressed fern had been tucked long ago between the cover and the first page. Pip lifted it as carefully as one picks up a sleeping thing. The pages smelled dry and faintly sweet. Inside, written in neat brown ink, were notes from one of the conservatory's original gardeners. The entries were calm and practical, and full of affection for the place. There were lists of which ferns preferred the eastern glass after rain, notes on the warming pipes beneath the stone, reminders to leave lanterns low in the orchid room so that the moths might not lose their way. There were sketches of new plant beds and recipes for soil mixtures made with crushed shell and old leaf mold. But between these useful observations were smaller thoughts, written as though the gardener had known that one day someone might read them, not for information alone, but for companionship. "The rain is gentlest in the roof's middle arches tonight," one note said. "The whispering is stronger there." Another read, When the glass fogs and the lamps are lit, the conservatory feels like being inside a warm thought. Pip read that line twice, then held the journal for a moment in the soft lantern light, while rain continued its patient sound overhead. Fern leaned close, her eyes bright and gentle. "They loved it," she said softly. "Not just the work, the place itself." She turned a few more pages and found sketches of rooms still waiting in the journal. A moon pool court, an orchid lantern hall, a spiral seed room, a tea alcove beside the warm south glass. The journal felt less like a keepsake and more like a quiet companion in the room. Barney rose from the reading nook and nodded toward the doorway with calm satisfaction. So, with journal in paw, lanterns in hand, and the golden moth drifting on ahead, they made their way further through the conservatory. The moon pool court lay beneath the highest part of the glass roof. Here the rain collected in gentle runnels that slipped along channels carved into the metal supports, and fell at last into a broad circular pool lined with pale stone. Water lilies floated there, their leaves dark and glossy, while narrow lanterns placed around the edge cast long reflections that folded and drifted in the water. Above, the roof was blurred with rain and the dim silver of the night sky beyond it. The sound in this room was especially soothing. The soft patter above, the occasional clear note of a droplet reaching the pool, the hush of overflow streams moving away beneath the floor. Barney stood very still here, his broad shoulders loosening a little more, as though the room had quietly welcomed him into its calm. Off the court, through a screen of hanging ferns, they found the orchid lantern hall. This chamber was warm and misted, and every surface seemed to glow. Orchids climbed the walls in pale clusters of cream, apricot, blush, and deep plum. Some trailed from baskets suspended under the beams, their petals shining with tiny beads of moisture. Others grew from pieces of bark mounted along the brick, sending roots through the air in graceful silver threads. Small lanterns of tinted glass hung among them, and their colored light turned the mist into drifting ribbons of rose, amber, and green. Overhead, rain traveled softly across the warm glass roof, and beneath it, the ferns at the chamber's edges kept up their low whispering, while Fern moved slowly through the room, pausing now and then to admire an unusual bloom, or the remarkable health of a leaf that had evidently gone untended by any hand, but still flourished under the old systems of light and water. "There is kindness built into this place," Fern said, her voice no louder than the mist itself. "Whoever made it knew that gardens should not depend only on constant work. They should also know how to keep comforting themselves." She adjusted a wandering vine back onto its support, not because it was wrong where it had fallen, but because the simple act of caring for something lovely gave her pleasure. Pip watched her then, and felt how naturally Fern belonged among these rooms of warm glass, lantern light, and rain-soft leaves. Plants that had seemed merely beautiful now seemed also companionable. Rooms that felt peaceful now felt quietly understood. The spiral seed room was smaller and tucked partly within the curve of an enormous root. Here, drawers lined the walls from floor to ceiling, each one labeled in careful script. At the center stood a round table with a mosaic top depicting circles widening outward like ripples in a pond. Glass jars of seeds sat in tidy rings across it. Winged seeds, pepper seed, silver dust seed, moonbean, root fennel, night clover, glass moss spores. Pip opened one drawer and found packets wrapped in soft paper, each still neatly tied. Another held tiny sketches of seedlings at different stages. The room held a deep stillness, the kind that belongs to future things, quietly waiting. Even Barney, who usually admired places for their sturdiness rather than their symbolism, remarked that it felt restful to be surrounded by so many beginnings stored so patiently. In the journal, Pip found a note tucked beside a page about the seed room. "Keep this place orderly, for a seed sleeps best when it knows where it belongs." That made Fern laugh quietly, and the laugh itself sounded at home in the circular chamber. She selected a small packet of old fern markers from a drawer and traced the label with one finger, as though greeting a predecessor she had not known but somehow understood. The golden moth had settled by then on the rim of an empty jar, its glow turning the glass to warm topaz. It looked less like a guide now, and more like a contented witness. At length they came to the tea alcove, and there the conservatory offered them perhaps its gentlest kindness. The alcove stood in a half-round bay of warm glass, looking onto a dense grove of whispering ferns. A little stove, cleverly vented through old brickwork, still held a trace of warmth in its metal. Shelves above it carried teapots, cups, and tins with faded labels. A table by the window wore a linen cloth patterned with stitched leaves, and around it stood 4 chairs, one smaller than the others, each with a cushion tied neatly at the back. Lantern light rested softly on the cloth, on the cups, on the misted panes. Beyond the glass, rain traveled in pearled lines through the dark green hush of the grove, and the ferns answered in their steady whispering. The sight of the room was so quietly welcoming that Pip felt for a moment as if the conservatory had been hoping not just to be found, but to be shared. Barney checked the stove and found a compartment beneath it, stocked long ago with dry fuel wrapped in waxed cloth. The old engineering of the place had kept everything ready. Soon a small, tidy fire was glowing. Fern discovered a tin of dried mint and another of chamomile, still fragrant when opened, protected all these years by careful seals. Water from a nearby warm tap filled the kettle, and before long the alcove held a new layer of comfort. The hush of steeping tea, the curl of herbal steam, the clink of cups being set on saucers. Outside the bay glass, rain moved in pearled lines over the dark green world. The ferns beyond the window whispered steadily, as if content that their listeners had finally arrived. They sat there for some time with warm cups in their paws, saying only what the moment required. Pip read another page from the journal. Barney added a log to the stove. Fern looked through the rain-silvered window and named in a low voice the varieties of fern she recognized by silhouette alone. The golden moth hovered near one lantern, rising and falling lazily in the warm air. Nothing needed hurrying. There was no feeling that the night asked for anything more than this. Warm glass, rain on the roof, whispering leaves, lantern light, and the quiet comfort of being together in a place that welcomed stillness. When they were ready, they carried their cups into one final chamber the journal called the Listening Walk. It was a long, gently curving path of smooth stone that wound between the tallest fern beds in the conservatory. Lanterns hung low here, so their light pooled on the floor and left the upper fronds in a soft, dreamlike dimness. The roof above sloped close enough for the rain to sound intimate, each line of water finding glass, each droplet joining the same steady lullaby. Along the path, little wooden seats had been placed at intervals beside the beds, each one facing a different arrangement of green. Some overlooked a small stream, braided with stepping stones. Some faced a wall of moss, patterned by tiny rivulets. One looked out through a great pane of rain-dappled glass toward the dark, root-bound world beyond, where the rainy night continued in calm and silence. Pip sat on one of the seats and opened the journal to its last written pages. The gardener's final entries were not sad, only full of trust. They mentioned needing to leave the conservatory for a time to help establish newer garden rooms nearer the central paths. They spoke of setting systems in order, lowering some lanterns, closing certain doors until another season. And then there was one final note, written carefully across the bottom of a page. If the old lantern wakes, the conservatory is ready to be found again. Let those who enter do so gently. Sit a while. Listen to the rain. The ferns will remember how to welcome you. Pip read the words aloud, and in the hush that followed, it seemed to him that the whispering of the leaves grew just a little fuller, as though the room itself approved. Later, as they wandered back toward the hall of glass ferns, the conservatory no longer felt forgotten in the lonely sense of the word. It felt private, preserved, patient. Its rooms had not been waiting in emptiness, but in quiet continuity, tended by rain, by old pipes and channels, by seeds and roots, and the gentle intelligence of plants given the conditions to thrive. Fern said, softly and without ceremony, that she would like to return with fresh labels and cloths for the windows, and with time enough to learn the rhythms of every room. Barney said he would mend any hinges that wished to be mended, and make sure the old path remained comfortable to walk, even on wet evenings. Pip, holding the journal, thought that he would like to come back often, simply to sit and read and listen. Before they left the listening walk, the golden moth drifted upward toward one of the highest beams and settled there, its light joining the lantern glow so naturally that for a while it seemed part of the room's old evening brightness. Pip thought the moth looked content. The conservatory had not returned with noise or fanfare. It had simply opened, as gardens often do, through weather, patience, and gentle notice. Somewhere beyond the glass, the rain continued its quiet work above the roots, and so they did not hurry home. Instead, they returned once more to the tea alcove, now carrying an extra lantern they had found polished and waiting on a side shelf. They lit it and set it at the center of the table. Rain continued softly overhead, tracing patient paths across the curved glass roof and running in silver threads down the panes beyond the ferns. The stove gave off a mild, steady warmth. Their cups were refilled. The journal lay open beside Pip's paw. Fern sat nearest the window, content simply to watch the leaves answer the rain. Barney leaned back in his chair with the ease of someone who had found a place solid enough to trust immediately. The golden moth made a small circle above them, and then rested again near the lantern light. They spoke in low voices now and then, but more often they simply listened. To the rain on the warm glass, to the faint clink of cooling teacups, to the small stream passing under the tiled floor, to the breathing hush of warm leaves in the rooms beyond, and most of all, to the ferns whose whispering rose and fell in calm, leafy waves whenever the rain touched the roof above them. Lantern light rested softly over the table and the open journal, and the whole alcove seemed held together by those same few comforting things: rain on the roof, warm glass, amber light, and the whispering of leaves. It was the kind of sound and stillness that asked nothing at all from those who heard it. One could follow it or not. One could let it become part of the evening, part of the room, part of the slow drifting thoughts that come when one is warm, safe, and pleasantly tired. Beyond the conservatory, the world beneath the trees rested under its rainy night. Lanterns glowed along old pathways. Root halls lay quiet. Gardens drank what the weather offered. And hidden once more, though not lost, the conservatory of whispering ferns kept its warm glass rooms lit for those who now knew the way. Pip sat with his friends beneath the gentle lantern light, the journal near at hand, the scent of mint and fern in the air, and felt the deep comfort of a place rediscovered, not with noise or triumph, but with care. Outside and above, rain continued its soft and endless music. Around them, the ferns whispered on. And now, as the story fades, let the gentle sounds of the night carry you the rest of the way. You are safe, you are relaxed, and it is time to sleep. Good night.